dirty hair, checking in, retard maxing like Brad. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. If you need a headphone, what do we need? We need a headphone. I think I got my hair styled out for my new date. Look at my hairstyle. The best bread. My mom said it was the best bread she ever had. Look at my bread. Look at this. Got a basil plant. You don't care. I don't care either. But I got my hair styled. Look how dirty my hair is. My hair is fucking... I like it. It's fucking sexy hair. Full moon night. You know, I don't even feel that cool. I don't feel cool. It's good, actually. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to feel cool. Be really quiet. Shut the door. His Highness is gonna come out. I'll be right with you. Ooh. Okay. Hello. I hope you can hear me. So yeah, my hair. Well, first of all, I can't find the wind muff, but my hair, I love my hair right now. I'm not gonna wash it. I'm pretty sure Dansko loves me. I'm sure enough that I'm gonna go on our date and expect that she's gonna be there. And so, how am I gonna do my hair? Well, tomorrow's Wednesday. Oh. Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. And so, we're gonna basically go to I'm just having an ADD moment. We're gonna go to the raves. We're gonna say, hey, rave girl, how do you like them apples? I got dance girl. What do you think, rave girl? What you gonna do? Well, I wouldn't do that. Rave girl is a jerk, but she doesn't deserve to be tortured or something. Helen saw through Rave Girl right away. She was like, that, she's nothing. Rave Girl's nothing. Honestly, you don't get it. It took me a minute to see it. Sometimes you like people who are mean to you. That's really a thing. And you like them because they're mean to you. You think, what? Why would you be so mean to me? I'm better than that, and you want to prove yourself to them. And they know that. And so they get mean in a really subtle way. Where you feel it, but you can't say it. They say, no, that's not what I meant. You say, yes, it was, you fucking sniper. You fucking sniped me. And they're like, no, if you say that, you're gonna look bad. No, I've built plausible deniability right into the thing I'm doing. You know, at one time at group complained about... Who was it? I'm not sure if it was Barbara. But I was complaining about being jerked around by some pig. And I said, there's never anything I can say because she builds plausible deniability into everything she does. So I can never do anything. And then Elizabeth one time, she says, you know, Daniel, lawyer Daniel, he fucking sniped me today. And I was like, really? Huh. Odd. Huh. And, you know, I really liked Daniel. I think he had Asperger's or something. And, you know, he'd introduce himself every week. We all have been going to the group for years. We all know each other's families. We all know each other. We know everything about each other. We've been talking for 2 hours a night, once a week, for years, for like a decade. And it's the same group of us every week. And every week he goes, hi, my name is Daniel. I'm a lawyer. And, you know, I had this impression of Daniel. He's like, he phones the pizza place. He's like, hi, I like to order a pizza. I'm a lawyer. You might be wondering how a lawyer is eating pizza and still keeping up on the law, but I'm like you. I'm just, except I'm a lawyer. And someone said to him once, "Why do you say that you're a lawyer every single time?" like no one ever said, like, you're just supposed to say your first name. It's like, he's like, "I'm Daniel and I'm a lawyer," and he's like, it gives people an idea of who I am. I think he was very proud. He had a pinhead. I think he was very proud that a pinhead could be a lawyer. And to some extent, I thought, yeah, cool. I personally have, less volume on my head. With my hair more greasy. But I saw this picture of Brett Evans, I think. He's the singer of the Glorious Sons, and Helen is, thinks he's super hot. And his hair is disgusting. It's like he never washes it. And I thought, okay, I'm going to try retard maxing. And so I haven't washed my hair in 3 days. And my mom said, "Oh, your hair looks good." I said, "Yeah, I'm retard maxing." She said, "Oh, I thought your hair was wet." I said, "No, that's grease. I'm Italian now. I eat spaghetti and I have greasy hair. Fucking going full retard." And as far as I can tell, I'm fucking hot. I mean, I can't wait for my date with Dance Girl. I'm going to show up like this. I'm going to say, I'm going to grab her face. I'm going to say, "Do you love me? Are you my pig? You are?" I'm going to lick up her nostrils. Okay? I'm going to say, "This is how I want you to clean me before you put your armpits and orifices in my face." Okay? I'm going to show you how to clean a man. I want you to be dirty. When I come home from war, I don't want you showering for months. Okay? And I want you to clean me like this. This is how you're going to make sure that, along with some coffee beans, you're going to get a tongue scraper. You're going to scrape my tongue, and you're going to watch my phallus rise like the sun, with heat pulsating off it, so intense and burning hot that it singes your eyebrows, so you don't need to do threading. Okay, I don't want my pig in pain. You don't need to do maintenance after that. My genital heat will pulsate the hairs. The heat pulsating will incinerate the extra hair off your eyebrows, and you'll never have to do threading again. You'll never have to do any of that stuff. Because Daddy takes care, Dance Girl. Daddy takes really good care. And, I had an amazing bike ride today. I'm really loving this whole retard maxing thing. Your hair looks the best when it's greasy. It's the truth. I mean, you put product in it and it looks disgusting. Why don't you just let it be your own hair grease? Now, let's get to some really important things. Collagen. Big hype. Everyone's into collagen. Everyone's into elasticity, to tautness. And you're wondering, is my facial asymmetry going to increase with age? Well, by the time you're 16 to 18 as a girl, that's the face you have. By the time you're 20 as a guy, that's the face you have. And then over a decade, your face is going to become, your eyes, for example, are going to become 0.06 millimeters more asymmetrical per decade, depending on how you sleep. I said, I can't sleep on my fucking back. You're telling me if I sleep on my stomach with my face pressed against the mattress, that it's going to fuck up my face? It's not going to fuck up the bone structure, but there's buffers around the bone structure. The tightness of your skin, I don't know what else, but other things that factor in that if you don't have those, it'll make your face look asymmetrical, even though it's the same bone structure symmetry. So I said, I can sleep in a chair when my back is propped up in a seat because I have hunchback syndrome from low self-esteem. But I can't sleep on a mattress because then it's just on my fucking flat back. And I said, would lifting weights help this? Would eating a good diet help my face look more symmetrical? I said, yeah, it's not going to change your bone structure. Newing's not going to help you. it could help you when you're young, but after you're 20, viewing's not going to help you, but you can help the buffers to make yourself look more symmetrical. And because your shoulders are rolled forward, because your neck is hunched forward, it's impossible for you to sleep on a flat bed. But you can sleep in a chair, you can sleep if you put the pillows up and prop them in a C curve, and then just kind of rest back on that. And then you could slowly transition. I said, what about weightlifting? You know, I'm trying to be Anatoly over here. I mean, but today I made butter chicken. It was the best butter chicken I've ever made. And check this out. Dance girl. Look what my mom bought me. She bought me an extra butter chicken. So I can make you a butter chicken for dinner. Which is the best dish I'd make you. Which is like, it's the best thing I know how to make. And you can never trust it when your mom says it. But you can kind of. She said, this is the best bread I've ever had. I don't know if you could see how crunchy this is. This will break your teeth, it's so crunchy. But on the inside it's soft. And she's like, that's the best bread I've ever had. I was like, are you serious? And I was like, I'm gonna just go along with this and say, isn't it great? Isn't it crazy how on the inside it's still soft? You can see how soft it is on the inside. You can see that that's really soft. And you'd think it'd be doughy, but it's not. Okay, you'd think it'd be doughy in the middle. But I cooked it a long time, and it was hard. Oh, I took a risk. I put it at 350. I set it, I went up to play video games. I said, don't do that. Put it at 300. I said, nope, we're going 350. I'm gonna go upstairs, play video games with attention deficit disorder, undiagnosed, because I just forgot to do it. And when you remember, oh yeah, the bread, run downstairs. I run downstairs, I say, smells like it's overcooked. My mom says, yeah, I was starting to think that too. I pull it out. I think, yeah, I've overcooked it. I cut it up. I say, yeah, it's not really that good. Cut it into strips like cinnamon toast. And I fucking say to my mom, I made the best butter chicken I've ever made. You know that guy who Gordon Ramsay wishes he was? The better chef. The one who's not a child. Marco Pierre or something. He has those gold stars and he didn't accept them. He's like, I don't want your gold stars. Doesn't mean anything. If you ever watch him cook, this is how he does the olive oil. He goes, okay, we're just gonna do a little bit of olive oil. And we're gonna saute the onions in that. And so he deep fries the onions. And so I'm like, okay, let's do it his style. I go glug, 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 glug. I'm thinking this is too much. And then I fucking make the fucking onions. I add in a ton of ginger, ton of garlic, and then the sauce, and then a big healthy chunk of butter. You know, like that thick on a brick of butter. Slice it down, probably 1/6 of a pound of butter. And then, or maybe a fifth. And then I fucking, you know, I say this is the best butter chicken I've ever made. I put in a few spinach. And then my mom, she makes this rhubarb cake with whipped cream in it. She's like, I don't like it, you can have the whole thing. I'm like, okay. Really, it needs icing. Well, it's good enough on its own, but it needs icing. So Dance Girl and I have dessert. If we have dinner at some point, like before this goes bad. And I could bring her over while my mom's home, you know, but it'd probably be better to do it while we have the house to ourselves. And, you know, just wait for her to go to her boyfriend's house, if that's the thing. And then, but ultimately, you know, if it goes well, I'd introduce her. Which I think it will, obviously. You know, I'm gonna... Oh man, there's only fucking root beer. You know, my new way of drinking pop is drinking pop-flavored bubbly. So there's root beer flavored bubbly. I can't believe that pig at the grocery store. She scans all the fucking cases separately. I'm like, you could have just scanned one case 8 times. A ridiculous pig. But, you know, she was fat, so what can you do? She's like, you know, she's weird. Pigs are fucking weird. They try and put it on you. You know, they try and put it on you. She's like, blah, blah, blah. I have my big headphones on. I'm like, oh, what do you say? She's like, I'm like, I didn't hear you. I had my headphones on. She's like, how are you? I'm like, I'm good. And then I'm like, I'm feeling kind of guilty that I'm so lazy that, you know, I'm getting you to scan all this stuff for me. And then she's like, oh, well, I'll just come around with the scanner. And I have 8 cases of bubbly. And she goes through them individually. Like, oh, let's do this one. Let's move this one and do this one and do this one. I'm like, I want to twist your head off. I want to turn your head in a fucking 360. And I'm getting fucking zipped. And I'm like, they're all President's Choice. They're all $5.75. And then, you know, I start getting noticeably uncomfortable. And then again, she puts that off on me. She starts, whenever she's talking to me, she goes like this. Anyway, have a good day. She's looking at the cameras. I'm like, why are your eyes darting up there? You know, I want to look up there, and I go, why are you looking up there? Why are you darting up there, huh? You fucking crazy pig. You know, fucking zanking me. Fucking getting me fucking zanked. Okay? I wanted to start fucking freestyle rapping. I wanted to start freestyle rapping. You know how I do it when I go through the self-checkout? I go do 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 in the cart. Done. Done. Fucking done. Add other groceries. You know, oh, forgive me for wanting to go through a cashier's till. Okay. What is this? Oblong 2.0? What is this? Oblong 2.0? My God. But, so, I Google, am I gonna get more asymmetrical over time? It's like, yes. You know, 0.06 per 10 years. But you can change that with buffers. Let me show you how I looked when I was 20. I'll show you. This is before I had surgery on my eyes. I look much better here. I'm gonna cover up my mom's face. Oh, look at this. I don't know if you could see that. That was a cutie patootie. Okay. That's a cutie patootie. His hand. And I was fucking grand. Oh, you think the best freestyle rapper alive wouldn't have a word to come up with on the spot to rhyme with that? What could have I said else? Banned? Banned from where? Everywhere? Well, you know, strangely, I don't feel cool. I was bringing this up earlier. I don't feel cool. You know, Osho says the reason why he can drive a Rolls Royce is because he's ordinary. Because he doesn't get off on it. I feel like that dance girl, I don't get off on her being my pig. You know, I don't need to dress her up in a guy's football costume and say, yo bro, my pig is fucking dope. You should check out my pig, bro. Okay? Now part of me wants to do that. Part of me wants to go to my family and say, look at my fuckhole. But, you know, I bet you wish you didn't throw me under the bus. Well, I was very fucking grateful today. And I was a little bit slick, too. You know? I was a little bit slick. But not much, not much. Well, you want to know the slickness? I'll tell you the slickness, but I'm fucking afraid to. But I'll tell you the slickness. When I saw a Nissan, instead of saying, oh, that's the fourth, nice, I just said, oh, I don't see that, just a Nissan. Terrified that it's going to piss Dance Girl off. I'm like, did I just lose Dance Girl and win her back? Oh. What do I say now? Because in my power fantasies, I bring other meat to the family party too, and I say, look at all my fucking holes. I stack them, I rack them, and I zack them, and I shack them, and I back them. And, but, you know, that's just with family. Ultimately, the point I'm making holds true. The point I'm making is, oh, but you know what? I didn't see the fourth in black. You know how the fourth usually shows up in black? I didn't see that. I only saw the Nissans. I think the fourth was saying, I'm going to back off doing that. And, you know, the fourth was saying, I'm not going to try to tell you that I should be your pig. I think that's what she was saying. And I thought, yeah, that's, you know, I appreciate that. And, you know, I think Dance Girl would too. And so fucking, you know, I was scared though of fucking saying anything. You know, and I hate withholding, of course. And, you know, the reason why I have a good relationship is because I don't withhold anything. And, you know, that's pretty cool to have a pig who has the safety valve, who has the what if valve. And you'd want to brag about that. You would want to say to everyone, you'd want to say, you know, I'm the fucking gorilla daddy and you're not. But I don't do that. I don't do that. I feel like this is real life. I feel like I'm involved. I'm not, this isn't a trophy. This isn't, you know, you want to say, but it's supposed to be a trophy. You're supposed to brag. You're supposed to say loudly and proudly that my pig is the hottest girl in the world and yours isn't, and fuck you, and I'm the best. And you're supposed to be getting off on that. But I don't do that. I did it already. I mean, I was with Din Venom's ex-pig once at a hotel, and I said, answer the door, we're ordering pizza, in your underwear. And this guy comes, and he looks like Rocky. He has like 2 heads. He's like, you know, he looks like Rocky. And I see him and I go, I'm like, I run up, I go to my pig, I go, you do it. You do everything. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I feel bad now. I feel awkward. Should have offered him a blowjob. Should have said, my pig will suck your dick now. I will ride on her back like a pony. And, in the end, I thought, wow, I've been sexually teased, I've been humiliated. You probably would have jacked off to that. Din Venom's ex-pig was world class, and there was clearly sexual, perverted intent behind it. And you probably would have felt ashamed, too. Like my friend Tyler, he has cerebral palsy, and his uncle bought him a prostitute when he was, 17 or something. And he was so angry at his uncle later on. And he was saying, you ruined my confidence. You thought that I couldn't do it on my own. Now I feel like I can't. And so that guy, he probably must have felt pretty fucked up. And another time, I was with Jocelyn, and she was quite attractive. And, she had a pinhead as well, but, there are, she had puffy hair, I guess, flat cliff head. I have wondered how much of my facial asymmetry is due to being left in the supine position as a baby. And this guy, he just looks kind of funny. He looks unfortunate looking, very strange, and very obviously shy. And I made some kind of TSB-like comment, kind of indicating what a retard he is. And, then later that night, karma got me. And I was trying to soul gaze with Jocelyn. And I don't have eyelid tape at that time, and I look like a fucking Picasso painting. And it's not working. And as I'm trying to stare into her soul and be deep, she's looking at me like, and I'm like, do you want to come over later? Have a threesome with my pig? She's like, yeah, sure. I think that'll be great. And I could feel how hard I was trying. And that she could see it. And she's a bitch too. She's a fucking a bitch. But at the same time, I'm being defeated by her. She has the total power here. I think I'm better in every way, and she's a bitch, and she's a sinner, and she's immoral. And yet, I'm begging her, and I'm trying to have my power trips, trying to show my power. It's all backfiring. And I never think twice about all the people I've hurt. I never even think once about it. And, but I'm also appreciative. In the moment, I'm feeling like Bill the Butcher in Gangs of New York. That's the finest beating I've ever taken. I'm saying, in my mind, I'm saying I'm so proud of you right now. I'm talking to her. I'm saying, the fact that you're showing me how ugly I am right now is fucking amazing. You're putting it into context so absolutely, in very clear, stark terms. And it's fucking awesome. And I bet you don't know that I'm loving this. I'll bet you don't know that. And that's too sacred to tell her that. To be like, just so you know, I actually appreciate that you're humiliating me right now because I'm egotistical, and I'm so transcendent of my ego that I appreciate that you're showing me how much ego I have, and I actually really am into this moment. Okay, if you actually say that, it ruins the moment. I was like, just take your beating. Okay, let her beat you up right now. You have to do that. That's what you deserve. And over the years, you think back to all these people who you've fucking psychologically destroyed. People who at that time, they could be like, I wasn't going to kill myself, but now I am. you know? And you're like, you think you're so powerless. You think that anything coming from you, well, you're just a fucking dweeb anyway. You're just a pinhead fucking freak anyway. You don't realize your own power and your own effect that you have on people. And so, you know, I don't really brag about well, maybe, you know, maybe the fourth doesn't like me. Maybe those were just knee songs. But I don't really brag about Dance Girl and the fourth. It doesn't, or, you know, and Joanne and Stella, and the fourth's mom, and fucking the Dookie Queen. You know, I don't brag about it. I'm not like, oh, I'm cool. I'm like, these are my pig and my other meat. You know, it's like bragging about having like, it's like bragging about your mom. You don't do that. You can be proud of them, but you don't use them as a fucking trophy. And I thought that's the difference. That's the thing that I've had to overcome. That's why guys are single, because they want to use the person, just like the pig wants to use them. The pig is like, I want you to marry me to show everyone what a big ring I got. To show everyone that I could get a high status man to abandon himself. You know, which marriage is self-abandonment. Like, to settle down means to abandon yourself. I could get a high status man to cut his balls off. That's what a pig wants to brag about. Look at the ring he gave me. That proves he has no balls. Now, oh yeah, this is going here. Does that mean I wouldn't marry Dance Girl? No, I'd marry Dance Girl. But it doesn't matter. I already married her. But I would marry her actually though. But it wouldn't matter, you know. It wouldn't matter. My dad would be like, that's a big mistake. That's a really big mistake. I would be like, but how else am I going to get her not to dump me after I just said that there's all these other meats who I'm proud of? I have to show her that she's my pig. And so, therefore saying, if you want to ever money rape me, you can. That's how you know that I love you. That I'm going to say, here, you can have all my money if you want. That's how much I don't want you to dump me. That if you took all my money, I'd hate you. But I trust that you wouldn't do that. It's like a monkey touches the eyeball of the other monkey. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The only point of marriage is to not have a prenup. It's to, ooh, daddy. It's to say, you can totally kill me now. I trust you enough to let you kill me. That's what it is. That's literally what it's saying. That's why a prenup is gay. And so, you know, that's what you have to say. If you're like, yeah, I want to take a bunch of other meat, at least in my fantasy. Okay, it doesn't have to actually happen. I want to take a bunch of other meat to my family party and say, look at this. Your pig's like, what? You're like, but here, you can have a sword to shove through my heart if you want. There you go. Only you get the dagger. There you go. You can make me bankrupt and homeless. Does that prove that you're my pig? There's no point to it other than here. You can make me bankrupt and homeless if you ever want to. And, you know, and you can only say that if you actually trust someone. Which I do. Which I do trust Dance Girl. She's fucking crazy. But she's crazy smart. She's fucking crazy loyal. You know, and it's like that song by Placebo. Let's get the lyrics to it. Just hold on one second. So it says, a friend in need is a friend indeed. My Japanese is better. And when she's pressed, she will undress, and then she's boxing clever. A friend in need is a friend indeed. A friend who bleeds is better. My friend confessed, she passed the test, and we will never sever. Dance Girl and I have confessed, and we've passed the test. You think that last month was a horrifying show of immaturity? But it was a test. It was a real fire test with real bullets. And, you know, when Dance Girl was walking away, I was really like Nicolas Cage. I was like, I'm gonna run to you and get in front of you and say, Dance Girl, what are you doing? You're my pig and you belong to me. And if I could see in the future right now, I would tell you that even though we're broken up, when I tell you that I would never fuck you over like that, like you thought I've done, you'll still be watching because you haven't really left me. So, what are you doing? Like Nicolas Cage in The Family Man. I wanted to run over and say, Dance Girl, I know you. This is not you. And I was like, but we had to test it out. Dance Girl was like, I have to see. This is on the cosmic level. This is on the level of God. She had to see what my heart looked like when I said, Dance Girl, I would never do that to you. I would never do that to you. I would never hurt you for fun. And then everything made sense. You know, every time after she tried and kill me or something, it was after I didn't talk to her. And she's going, you never loved me. You said you loved me and you didn't. And I'm like, yeah, it's called lovers have miscommunications. Lovers only miscommunicate. We had to go to a higher level. We had to go to the heart level. When I was like, Dance Girl, I would never fuck you over like that. I would fuck you over and over, but I'd never fuck you over. When I said that, that wasn't my dick talking. That was like soul to soul. We had to go beyond the fucking sex center. We got beyond the sex center at that point. So, tomorrow is Wednesday, and then it's date day. Wow. That's really fucking cool. But I don't think it'd be bragging at a family party. I think it'd be like, you guys are all fucked up. I think, you know, I know some of you are. I know all your secrets. I know secrets about some of you that you have no idea I know. I know secrets that could get people in big trouble. And I'm like, you know, fucking, you know, just, why don't you just do it honestly? What's your deal? Why do you have to hide? Well, I still feel fucking scared, to be honest. I still feel scared that I'm gonna say the wrong thing all the time. You know, I really do. I'm like, just shut up. Don't mention any other meat. Just say dance girl as a mantra. Just say it over and over as transcendental meditation. Literally get on the video and just say dance girl, dance girl, dance girl, dance girl, dance girl, dance girl, dance girl. You know, don't fuck things up before your date. I'm like, but I'm the gorilla daddy. I'm like, yeah, you're the gorilla daddy. When you thought the dance girl dumped you, you were the gorilla baby. You couldn't even be happy for 1 minute. I was like, oh yeah? Do you know what happened today? I went out thinking that dance girl dumped me. When I left the house, I was like, she dumped me. I'm like 50-50 now. I don't even know if she did or not. And it's fucking terrifying to go out. And I suspect that she's just going to not show up. She's just gonna not give me signs of hate, not give me signs of love, that she's just absent. And before I did that, I was talking to my mom like a normal person. I was like, blah, 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 like in a happy mood. I'm like, see, you are the gorilla daddy. You're just really, you know, you are the gorilla daddy. I was about to say you're just really sad, but that's not even true. I was like, you're the gorilla daddy no matter what. Even if you're single, that's who you are. So it's not something you brag about. And if you want your family to see, it's like because you want better for them. Like I have this one family member who I used to think, man, I would fuck the hell out of your wife. And, you know, fucking, I would visit and I would be thinking, God, I bet that would happen if it was allowed. And he's saying to me, he has difficulty or something like that. He's like keeping his thoughts pure. And I'm thinking, for God's sakes, man, you know, why don't you just have a fucking threesome? But that goes against his mind, his conditioning, his rule system. But at the same time, his biology, he's like, I have to keep my thoughts pure. I can't. He's not someone who's even trying to impress his wife. He's trying to impress God. I'm like, that's having a false idol. God is the one putting that in your head. God gave you a penis head because it's a plunger to pull out other men's cum. That's how God designed you. That's not the devil talking to you. And by following your belief system, that has nothing to do with God. That's a false God. You know, he's always talking about God this, God that. And I'm thinking, your idea of God is not God. You have a false God. That's irreligious. I wanted to tell him, you know, I don't think you're very godly. I think you're not godly, actually. And, you know, you really need God. You really do. And, but he wouldn't get it. He'd say, I could quote you every verse in the Bible. I could quote you the whole Bible. I'd say, no, that doesn't mean anything. And, you know, he'd say, I'm ungodly because I couldn't quote the Bible. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, then you know what you need? You need a fucking big old dumper right in your face. I'll say, try not to look at this. I'll bet you won't be thinking about this later on, will you? You won't be thinking about this. Like with Travis, I spread my pig's asshole open right in front of his face. Look how pink it is. You can't fuck her because she's my pig, but look how pink it is inside her asshole. Isn't that amazing? Here, get a close-up look. And I'm like spreading her cheeks open. He's like, holy shit, your pig is so fucking hot. He's like, I never knew it. You know, because her face is mid, but her body is just so unbelievable. And, you know, we'd go to the cottage and everyone there was like, oh my God, Steph, your fucking body, holy shit. It's crazy. And, you know, I always felt bad with Travis about that. I was like, that was fucked up. That was really fucked up. But sometimes you gotta do that at a family party, you know? You gotta say, I need to inspire your jealousy for your own good. Really, it's not about my ego. And so, I don't know what to do with the rest of this. Yeah, maybe I'll just make a plate up and just wash the bowl for no reason. I made so much rice. We got new rice. I was so happy. I basically ate a whole bag of rice. And my mom, she didn't make me buy a new bag. She just bought a new bag for us. I was like, thank you. I bought the last bag, but I used it too. And then the bubblies, I bought the last 8 cases of bubbly. You know, it was weird because she went on vacation. She said, help yourself to anything in the house. So I went crazy. You know, I drank all the bubblies. And then when she got home, I bought another 8 cases, which 4 of I had drank before she got home. There were 4 cases left. And then when those ran out, I went and bought another 8 cases with that pig at the grocery store I told you about. But I was like, okay, so I bought the last 4 cases. So now you buy the next 4 cases, or like 8 cases really. Oh, my fucking ears just start ringing. So we'll go splits. Like, you know, you buy 8 cases and I'll put in for 4. And she's like, well, I left 4 when I left, or something like that. I can't remember. You know, I don't want to misrepresent here. But I think she was like, I left 4 cases when I went to Halifax. And you drank all those. And I'm like, yeah, but you said to help yourself to anything in the house while you were gone. But I didn't bring that up because I could have. You know, had I argued that, she would have said, oh, right, okay. But I didn't bring it up. I'm just like, you know, you treat me really good. You buy me stuff. You know, she bought me a fucking butter chicken. You know, she's often doing this. She'll bring home takeout. She'll bring me home sushi, you know, and I'm like, that's okay. I'm not gonna be what's the word? A schmiser or something? Not a miser. Not a schmuck. A shyster. I'm not gonna be a shyster about it. I'm like, okay, I'll just buy another. And then today, she bought only 1 case. I was like, oh. But she bought it, I spent $72 on bubbly last time, plus a few other groceries. But she had no room in the cart. She was like, I just bought 1 case because I only had room for 1. But if I go raw vegan, then I don't really have to worry about bubblies. But I don't want to fuck my personality up. I like how I feel. Like I'm medicated on food, like my personality is consistent and stable, and that matters to me more than looking hot. So I'm like, if that's for Dance Girl, that's for me. Whatever's for Dance Girl is for me. And you know, I want to feel comfortable. I don't want to feel, you know, fucking nutty. You know, look, I ate a lot of fruit. You You know, it makes you it makes you too high. I wouldn't want to be doing acid on our first date. You know, I'll save that for the second date or something. You know, or you know what I mean. Never mind. No, I'm not into drugs right now. Life is more fun, really. I'm having enough fun as it is. And I'm gonna wash these dishes. Okay, I don't like that there's a basil plant next to the sink with all this stuff spattering up. Fucking soapy water spattering up on the basil plant. I don't like that at all. Then I switch over to this sink over here, and then all the soapy water spatters up on the dishes. I don't like that one bit. Well, I saw the Dookie Queen's mom today, and the Dookie Queen, apparently she's into this too. She's like, "Yep, schedule me in." I'm like, "Well, we'll see what we can do." And you know, her mom was out there too. Wow. And then, you know, went by Joanne's place. There was no one there. But it was nice just to go by her house. You know, she'll know that I went by her house. And she'll appreciate that. And I had a really great bike ride. I'm using the Shure SM11. It's like my favorite microphone. Found some new trails. I had found them a long time ago though. When I first got my Emo Urban e-bike, I had really searched all the local trails and I had found that. And I had went even further than I went today. Oh, here comes His Highness, I think. No, never mind. And so there is one trail I want to go on that I haven't been on yet. And it was the one from 2 bike rides ago. Like not this one today, but the one before then. And there was a certain turnoff where I should have went down that way. And had I went down that way, I think I would have found a trail that goes all the way to Toronto. That's the trail I really want to find. And, you know, I find it Zelda style. I find it hidden, whatever those things are called, style. You know, where you play a video game and there's a secret thing and you have to find it? And you can just look at the map and you can ask Google, but it's better just to find it on your own because you really like the video game. And so that's how I find the trails. And then I came back to the little local trail. I was like, this rinky-dink trail. This is so lame. Oh, it's a good trail. It's a good starter trail. But I've been on those high-end trails now. And ultimately, I would like to find the one that goes to Toronto. And I think I found it. And that would be fucking amazing. So I don't know if we're supposed to cover this cake. Is cake just supposed to sit out? Usually you have a plastic cover. Perhaps I don't think I lost Dance Girl and won her back. I think she's been here the whole time. But I had a freak out. I think it came from the raw vegan thing. And I was saying to myself, it's too extreme. And it's not something you should do like this. You should go hybrid, you should ease into it. But don't suddenly just go raw vegan overnight. You know, some people can do that, but you know, you're too much of a fiend. You know, you're too much. You like your food too much, and you're too mentally ill, and you medicate yourself with food. You know, Dance Girl has her smokes. You have food, and so stick with that, and slowly transition too. You know, eat some watermelon. Eat watermelon for breakfast tomorrow. Be raw till 4. You know, you could do that. Hey, you ate almost 3 pounds of watermelon today. That's good. That's probably more than most people. So yesterday you ate 6 pounds. So tomorrow I'll just eat 3 pounds again. Have just breakfast, do raw till 4. Be hybrid. And then eventually you can switch over to full raw vegan. Once you get things established with Dance Girl, then you can afford that. But right now it's too much of a risk. You don't want to do something. You remember Daddy Jack? He has a huge fat belly, and his wife is saying, "Don't eat so much." And he's like, "But I'm not the daddy if I don't eat so much. You wouldn't like me when I'm hungry." My dad is the most patient person he's ever heard of, according to him. And I would agree, except for when he's hungry. And, that's how it is. That's how people are. Hangry. People get hangry. Fucking... Well, let's see here. We were at this festival once, and he got this burger, and it sucked. It's this piece of meat, and he just threw it out. He threw it out right in front of them. Instead of asking for a refund. I would have asked for a refund. And then he went up to this woman, and he said she had really beautiful eyes. And she was like, "Oh, thank you." And I was like, I felt that. I felt that she appreciated that. And then I tried it. I was like, "You're really beautiful." Just some girl walking by, and she's like, "Ew." I was like, "Fuck. Why doesn't it work?" I'm like, here's one. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I was like, "Fuck, man. I feel like I'm facing a firing squad." And yeah, so we're gonna have some cake. You don't want to have cake without bubbly. And I've had so many bubblies. But I got the kitchen clean. That's basically what I wanted. Got a couple. I hate the root beer ones. I could drink a root beer one, but I hate them so much. So I'm gonna bring the camera into the living room. And so tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow's the last day before our date. And then we have our date day. Can you believe it? Isn't that the most exciting thing in the world? What are you gonna wear? I'm gonna wash my hair tomorrow, but I'm only gonna use a tiny bit of shampoo. I want it to be greasy. Just, I'm not trying to be rude. I want it to look good. And that's the best way I know how to make it look good. Okay, 22%. Alexa, second light white. What were we supposed to do? We were supposed to get some cake or something. There. Okay, are you scared, Dance Girl? I don't think you are. I'm not. I probably will be, but I'm not. I don't expect that we won't get along. According to NLP, you're not supposed to say that, because the brain doesn't process negation. It'll just hear, "Won't get along? What? Don't think of a pink elephant? A pink elephant? What?" I'm like, we can do it on hard mode. We can give ourselves every disadvantage. Not intentionally. Oh, but guess what? I have some sour cream and onion chips. I can have half of them. No, I don't like to just eat out of the bag because I always touch my pussy and then smell how fucking, you know, subtle, but yeah, refined it is. It's very refined. It's a very refined clone. Now, what about my afternoon nap? I usually have a nap from about 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Oh, yeah. I might be a bit tired. I think I'll wake up. You know, it doesn't matter. It's not something I can fix. If I try to fix it, I'll just end up getting nervous and not being able to sleep. So, I'm gonna get a bit of cake and a bit of chips. Tomorrow I'll have watermelon for breakfast. On Thursday I'll have watermelon again for breakfast. I'll wash my hair tomorrow, have a nice shower. And then Thursday I'll have a shower and not wash my hair. And I'll pick out what I'm gonna wear. Well, I think I know who Dance Girl is. I think we actually fit. So I don't think it will take effort or work. I think we're compatible people. We went from combatable to compatible. So, yeah, sour cream and onion chips, the very best. My very favorite. Except for Ruffles. The Ruffles sour cream and onion are better. I don't like all dressed. I didn't hear back from the volunteer place. I sent a bit of a weird message. I said if it works, I can volunteer there 2 days a month after 4 months. If it's good. I said, hi, can I volunteer there 1 day a month? And if that's enjoyable, after 4 months, then I'll switch to 2 days a month. Or if it's enjoyable, I'll do 1 day a month at your place, and then I'll do 1 day a month somewhere else, because that's what my caseworker wants me to do. Kind of meaning like, the girl on the phone is a bit of a bitch, and the red-haired woman, I definitely want her to be my boss. That's the only reason why I want to volunteer there. And, you know, everyone else I don't really care about. And if I don't get along with them, that can make it not enjoyable for me. But I'll do anything. What I'd also like to do, ooh, daddy. What I'd also like to do is do the cashier. I like to be a cashier across the street, because they have a place where you can sell food to like discount food. It's actually not that cheap. I used to go there when I volunteered at CAMH. They had vegan stuff. They had, I think it was all vegetarian. So they had lots of vegan stuff. And, you know, to a vegan, a vegetarian is like Sauron from Lord of the Rings. It's someone who's trying to steal, is stolen valor. You're trying to steal humanitarian points, but you really don't give a fuck. And, you know, you would shun the vegetarians. You would shun them more than the meat eaters. You'd say a meat eater is the non-hypocrite version of you. And so it's a vegetarian place, but they have vegan stuff. Like just incidentally, just accidentally. And so I always get this hummus wrap, which sucks. It fucking sucks. It's hummus and red peppers, cucumbers, and a pita. And it's like $3 or $4. And I got it with a Pepsi. But with a Pepsi, you know, they don't even have Coca-Cola. And with a Pepsi, or maybe they do, but I think it was Pepsi. No, it had Schwarz ginger ale. Ew. You should be in prison. A Schweppes. What the fuck is wrong with you? And so, you know, but you have a cold Pepsi from a fridge that's not that cold. You know, if I ever had a food stand, I would have one of those machines that well, not really, but in jest, I would have one of those machines that you put your Pepsi or your Coca-Cola, obviously out of Coca-Cola. You put your Coke in it and it freezes it within 1 minute. I let you choose how frozen it is. I'd say, do you want little tiny shards of ice? Put it in for this long. And set it automatically so you don't fuck it up. Here, your Coca-Cola is going to be really cold. Really cold. It's going to hurt. That's how cold it's going to be. And that's the only way. And so you have this, but even a cold Pepsi. With the pita and hummus, as boring as that is, it's still good. It's still worthwhile. And, you know, there was this girl I liked there who worked there. She's a skinny brunette. She had doe eyes. No tits. No ass. But a really cute face. Really, like, kind of like that girl from Harry Potter. Emma Harding or whatever. And she stalked me to Zayre's. And I'd always see her when I would go to the fucking bakery or whatever it was called. They had like baked goods. And when I saw her at Zayre's, I wanted to say hi. I wanted to say, I know you. But I couldn't do it. I felt really humiliated. And I saw, you know, another woman who worked in the kitchen. I volunteered at the kitchen one time at the working center to make the food for that place. And she had blown me off too. Well, this Emma girl didn't blow me off, but this Connie woman did. I mean, fucking, I bet the handler set that up. The handler probably knew I liked her. And it was fucking humiliating. You know, she's invading my space, the vegan aisle at Zehrs. I was like, God, this fucking sucks. But I'd like to do the cash register there. Not to be with that girl, but just to have a constant variety of people. I wouldn't want to do the line work, like heating up the food or making the food. I wouldn't want to work in the kitchen. Some people just put the food on the fucking counter, so I could do that. Maybe I'd see Mark. Mark was this really big, aggressive gay guy who was there to stalk me, but he was strangely my protector in a way. He probably would have, well, I don't know. He said to me once, we were at that place, and he's sitting with his boyfriend. And I said, I'm just waiting for my food. And he says, don't let them boss you around. Don't let them just keep you here waiting. You insist. You go tell them that you want your food now. I was like, okay. And then he called me one time. He had broke a cabinet. And he was scared. I said, well, just go to the Home Hardware and get some wood glue and just fix it. And he said, I broke the cabinet. I don't know what to do. I was like, yeah, go get some wood glue. And he's like, oh, I don't know how to do it. He's really scared. He's like, they're gonna blame me. They're gonna say I broke the cabinet. I don't know what to do. And this is like a big guy with a head the size of a pumpkin who gets his medication injected forcibly because he won't take it otherwise. A guy who looks like someone who would be your worst nightmare if you saw him breaking into your house. Who stalked me on the dance girl trails, wearing a baseball hat that didn't even fit on his head. And, but I had told him there's some woman in the place across the street yelling help. And at that time, I felt like I owned him, and I couldn't look at him for a second, like I was manipulating him. He'd say, what's your name? That's how we met. And I said, Zach. And he goes, what was it? What was it? And he starts writing it down. And I could tell instantly that he's a religious fanatic. And I say to him, do you know where I'm from? I'm from Jerusalem. And, then we just, carry on. Every week he comes in. He says, hi, Zach. Hi, Zach. And he sits down and, we just talk about whatever. And then he comes to group once, and I know he wants to be my top daddy boyfriend. But he's also there to threaten to like rape me and kill me, sent by the handler. And he's very scary. But he's also not, like Yasmina hung up the phone on him. She's like, Mark, just, I can't do this right now. And, Yasmina has that kind of way about her. She's like, you can be super dangerous, but I don't have bad karma. I don't have bad energy, so you can't hurt me. I'm protected by God. And so, hold on, let me just check the battery status here. 21. Wow. So, every week he comes into the group or he comes into I volunteer as a facilitator, as a co-facilitator for the support groups, but also I volunteer at the front desk to orient people. And they actually stole my key fob. Someone stole my fob in my house, like to say you're not welcome back there. Fucking Brenda blocked me on email because, I was really weird to her on email. But I was like, well, I'm pragmatic. By the time I'm weird to you, it's because you did some weird shit to me. And she tells everyone my first and last name in the group, which you're not supposed to do. And I'm like, I see what you're doing, Brenda. I see how you're trying to undermine me. And, I got her passive-aggressive anger then. I started crying about circumcision on the phone. And in front of a whole group of people on a phone conference. And she says, is anyone else uncomfortable right now? And everyone's silent. And it's like, oh, are you talking about me? But she doesn't say that. And then after the group, she says, we have to have a talk. And I'm like, I'm not coming back. If I'm getting punished for that, I would rather not come back. And then I start preaching to her. I tell her about love. And I send her an email. I'm like, love is actually a barrier to God. You have to drop love. You have to go even higher. And of course, that's calling love sex. But it might even be beyond agape. But Mark comes into the group once, and I roll my eyes like, Mark, this is not a place to hit on me. The front desk is fine. It's fun for me too. Like, I like who you are as a person. And if I was gay, it would be with a guy like you. A guy who's like a fucking psycho. Who's huge. But, that was in my 20s, and I'm in my 30s now. And so, I roll my eyes. And he comes down into the group, and so we're having talking about our week. And he says, I'm Christian, and I know that's an unpopular belief to be Christian. And then Debbie, she says to him, do you need diapers? Just like plainly in front of the group. Or do you need some diapers? And Mark is very polite. And he says, oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. And I felt really bad, and he left. He left early, and I walked him out. I felt like this is fucked up. Now, he had been intimidating to me before, but that was at the very first time. After we got to know each other, we were really good friends. But, I'm, there's something wrong with me. And if you slight me, I have to get you back. Now, I don't think I'm like that anymore. But I say to him once, maybe this is just me being a bottom, showing that I'm the one in control. I'm the woman, I'm the one in control. I say there's this woman across the street who's screaming for help. And I had already went to the security guard. I said, there's this woman screaming for help. I live across the street and I smoke weed every night. And every time I'm smoking weed, I hear this woman yelling out her window, help! Help! And I watch 2020. I watch all these stories about elder abuse. I watch compilations on YouTube of nurses beating the shit out of patients, throwing them around. The security guard, she says, this is a nursing home for crazy people. I say, yeah, I know that. I know. But at the same time, she's still yelling help. What do you say? What do you think? I know, there's fucking nuts people here. But isn't that the perfect excuse to abuse somebody? You say, well, they can't, I've been diagnosed with mental illness so that people could abuse me, and it looks like it's not abuse. This is how abuse works. You just bring in, who are the people who dehumanize humanity? The psychologists. They're more perverted than ordinary people. So it's the perfect setup. Just because someone's old doesn't mean people don't get off on abusing them. A lot of people can only get a boner if they hurt somebody. I'm the opposite. I can only get a boner if I'm being hurt. And so, she takes me seriously. She's like, yeah, I'll fucking, I went right up to the window. I was like, hello, are you in there? But you couldn't see because it was like mirrored glass or some kind of opaque glass. And so I tell Mark this, knowing there's nothing he can do. And as I'm telling him, I can't look at him. I'm basically saying, will you help? Knowing that there's nothing he can do. I'm playing him. I'm placating him. I'm saying, Big Daddy, Protector Mark, big ultimate hero daddy, I need you to help this poor woman. I need this from you. I could tell you where she is. And he's going, yeah? And he's very earnest. He's like a child. He's very trusting. And I know that I'm sending him on a goose chase, that there's nothing he can do anyway. I'm basically showing him that I can manipulate you. And as I'm doing this, I can't look at him. I'm like, oh God, like what am I doing? And I'm watching his complete trust in me be abused by me. Like a woman. I'm showing that I'm proving to myself that I have this power. I'm saying, remember that time you asked me my name? And I said, it's Zach. And you go, what was it? Let me write that down. And you're all like forceful about it. Like trying to, I'm rolling my eyes. I'm like, oh, you think you're tough? You should see a woman when she's angry. I've already been through it. I'm sure you have too. But that'll be the day where I'm scared of a man. But it has happened. I was scared of Dance Girl's parents. And other than that, I don't remember the last time I was scared. I was scared of Chelsea, maybe. But that was a bit different. I was scared of TSD as well. And then I've been scared of, other people, like, where it was my own mental illness. I was scared of people in a different way, though, where it was latent and it was transference. Where it was completely contextually inappropriate or wrong. Like just the cleaner at Stanley Park Mall. I saw her and I suddenly just had a panic attack and it was like, oh shit. And she got scared too. And she was always the nicest person to me. She was like the kindest person. But, it just, there's no reason why she would be scary to me. Well, I had to go I had to go use the bathroom to change my foreskin restoration device while she was cleaning the bathrooms once. And it was closed. And I said, can I use the bathroom? I just have to pee really quick. I'm just going pee. Don't worry, I'm not taking a shit. I'm not taking a huge, nasty shit. It felt really fucked up. I was like, why did I say that? She's like, yeah, like, go ahead. I run in. I felt really bad. I've cleaned bathrooms too. I just felt really bad. I'm like, I bet she wants to fuck me. And I'm like, hey, don't worry, I'm not going to take a big, gross, slimy McDonald's shit in your fucking bathroom. I just felt like it wasn't cool. Like, I just got to, I'm trying to, I didn't want to say, I'm just changing my foreskin restoration device because it's falling off in my pants. I didn't know how to say that. So I left her a gift. I left her some crystals that Elizabeth gave me. I did it in such a cowardly way, too. I just left them on the bench for her. I tapped them on the bench. I felt like a damn gang stalker. I tapped them on the bench so she would hear it, and then she would remember later that I did that tapping to symbolize, show that they were for her, that I was leaving them for her. They were nice, too. And, it's not like she wouldn't have just thought they were garbage. And, at that point, I was like, I'm not going back to that mall. And I haven't really. It's nostalgic, that mall. I miss getting pop at the dollar store. They had pop in glass bottles. That was really special to me. But there's a lot of trauma there, but I don't think so. I could go back there if I wanted to. But really, I don't drink pop anymore. I just drink bubbly. And that was my favorite thing. But what I also liked is the Gobstoppers. And I haven't had Gobstoppers in a long time. But if I had Gobstoppers right now, it would really be exacerbating my sore. I have a sore on the back of my mouth, like in my tongue, at the very back where my tongue is, on the left side. And I don't know if I bit my tongue or if I just ate too many ketchup chips or if it was something else, if I burnt my tongue. I don't think you burn it at the back, though. But if I were to eat Gobstoppers, that would be acidic, I'll bet. I'll bet that would not feel good. But I love Gobstoppers. I love chewing on them. I love chewing them as soon as possible. I'm like, get those things crunched up now. I don't want to suck on those. What am I, gay? I fucking put a bunch of them in my mouth. I'll eat 4 Gobstoppers at a time. I just crunch those up. Oh, I love some Gobstoppers. And where do you get them? That dollar store that's the best one. If I had a job, I'd work at the fucking dollar store. I'd work at a fucking store. And, well, a cashier is a fun job. It's really easy. It's like you just, but you have to stand. Really, I want to get my posture right. Sleep on my back. I can sleep on my back, like in this position I'm in right now, or if I'm in a chair, but never on a bed. I have forward head posture. It's fucking lame. One of the reasons I really like Anatoly is because his posture is absolutely perfect. You can tell how he has far superior posture to anyone else. That's not a coincidence. And so I would like to have that. I would really like to have that. I don't know if I can get it, but I'd really like to have it. And, fucking, as far as going to the dollar store, well, yeah, if I need Gobstoppers, which I do. I mean, if it was 8 p.m. right now, I'd take my bike to the fucking dollar store and I'd get some Gobstoppers. I haven't had those in a long time. And do you know what else kind of candy I like? Rockets. Can you see what I'm talking about now? Can you see the similarities between a Gobstopper and a rocket? You have that chalky kind of powder, that powdered candy, that hard powdered candy that dissolves. Don't you love it when it dissolves? What about Fun Dip? Can you imagine the canker sores you'd be getting from Fun Dip? Imagine if it's a canker sore. I don't think it is. I think I bit my tongue or something. But it burns even when I drink bubbly. Could you imagine if I had Fun Dip and I'm rubbing the Fun Dip stick with all that powdered sugar stuff on the back of my fucking sore in my mouth? You know how much that would hurt? That would fucking really hurt. It wouldn't hurt that bad. Okay, but it wouldn't be enjoyable. I wouldn't be like, oh great, let's just have some candy and have a good time. I'd be like, this is marred. This is fucking sullied. I can't enjoy this. Okay, what am I going to do? Just put it all on the right side of my mouth? Now, apparently, I'm supposed to sleep on the right side of my face because my left eye is lower than my right one. But I'm supposed to sleep on my back, really. Because they say you're going to make your right side sag to even out with your left side, but it might not look as good as you think. You'd be better off getting as hydrated as you can, have as much buffer as you can around your fucked up bone structure, and sleep on your back. That's the gold standard. I'm like, I've tried to sleep on my back with tears in my eyes that I couldn't do it. I've tried and I've tried and I've tried and I've tried. And I can't fucking do it. I've tried so many times. I've cried about it. I'm telling you, I've fucking tried so many times. I can't fucking do it. And you think it's easy, just try harder. Well, when you're laying there for 5 hours and you can't sleep, and your lens, your personality has different lenses, the more tired you get, the new personality comes out and says, I don't care. Sleep on your back. Who gives a fuck? Just go to sleep. Stop being a fucking idiot. None of this matters. You're going to have 0.06 millimeters per 10 years difference. You're going to have 0.5 millimeters difference in your entire life. And it's going to be tiny, exacerbated, 1.1 millimeter exacerbated by sleeping on your side. Or, really the raw bone structure isn't going to change more than 0.5 millimeters per lifetime. But the buffers around it, how your face and skin look, that's going to change. And that's going to matter how you sleep. And, you're not going to fix that overnight. So you'd be better off. You can already sleep in your video game chair. I was saying, it sucks being a TI. I get noise harassed. I have to sleep sitting up in a video game chair. Well, I didn't realize that a part of the reason why I sleep in the video game chair is because I can. Because I'm already in the sleeping position. Because I'm already in the C shape. And so, obviously, just prop your pillows up. And you see all these old people in their robotic beds, their $4,000 Tempur-Pedic mattress that folds up, elevates them up. You're thinking, what the fuck is up with that? They have the most expensive bed is shaped like a zigzag, like a joint. Fucking, why is it called a zigzag? Rolling paper is called a zigzag. It's not really shaped like a zigzag. I don't know why it's called that. I should look that up. I should see, why is that called a zigzag? Well, yeah, I don't know. Apparently a fag is a smoke. Okay, so why is a zigzag rolling paper called a zigzag? But clearly old people have bad posture, and that's why they sleep like that. The name zigzag refers to the interleaving process. Interleaving? I'm going to say, did you mean interweaving? It does make typos. I said, are you a person writing this? You are correct. Well, to question the terminology, the terms are sometimes used interchangeably in casual conversation. In the manufacturing and paper processing industry, The correct term is interleaving. Here's why interleaving is a specific industry term. Interleaving refers to the process of placing one object between layers of another, or in another case, slotted, folding where each paper overlaps and hooks into the next. The papers aren't woven together, which would imply a mesh-like structure. They are alternatingly stacked so that pulling one sheet pulls the next one out of the package. Interweaving, by contrast, describes a process like weaving fabric. The Brunstein brothers specifically patented this interleaving process in 1894. The zigzag name was chosen because of the Z shape created by that specific interlocking fold. Is that like Kleenex? Exactly. It is the same mechanism. Okay. So, well, there was this one really pretentious guy who made weed extract products. He wore a baseball hat with a flat brim. And he had a kind of hateable face, kind of a neotenized face. Like me, but not cute. More so biting than playful. And he was very adamant and snooty that if people offered him a joint, he'd say, "I don't smoke glue." No, I don't smoke glue. He's very serious. He didn't have the Rasta vibes. He was like a businessman. He reminded me of this guy named Adam, who I went to school with. Who we called him a snake. We called him a weasel snake. And he drove me home from Toronto once in his Camaro. In his dad's red Camaro. And he drove like a fucking madman. I was scared as fuck. I said, "Can I pay you $8 for the ride?" He's like, "Yeah, you should pay me $12." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "We're going to the same place anyway, and I'm just coming along." And or maybe it was more. Maybe I was like, "Can I pay you 12?" and he insisted 20. I don't know, but in a Camaro, and this was like back in 2005. In a Camaro, you know, because I could have went from Kitchener to Toronto and back for $20. And but anyways, he drove, and he had a baby face as well, and he took himself very seriously, and he wasn't funny. We went to school together in comedy school. We went to clown college, but not literally, but it was like writing for film and TV, comedy writing. But we had like other, we had like improv class, physical comedy class. We had a guy from Cirque du Soleil come in to show us stuff. He taught us how to climb each other, like how to climb a person and stand on their shoulders. He did a handstand. He could do a backflip. He said anyone at Cirque du Soleil can do a handstand and a backflip and all that stuff. They can walk on their hands, and that's just standard. And we had like a writing class, and I took a criminology class. And and he was just driving like crazy. I thought, are you showing off? Why are you fucking driving like this? And I thought, you're not a good enough driver to drive like this. There are people who can drive really fast, but you're not one of them. You're a fucking idiot how you drive. You're fucking stupid. And I was like, you're gonna lose control. Like, you're fucking nuts, dude. You're fucking retard. I don't want someone who has a face that looks like they're 12 driving 150, weaving in and out of cars in a fucking Camaro. I don't know about the handling of a Camaro. I mean, I lied to Chelsea when I first met her. something about, I said I had a girlfriend who had a Camaro. And I had heard something about Camaros, that they don't have a good steering radius. That if you have to do a 3-point turn in a Camaro, you're going to be out of luck. And I was thinking, I bet this thing doesn't handle very well. I wouldn't drive a Camaro. There's something wrong with you. If you like a Camaro, there's something deeply wrong with you. You could, like, you know, a Dodge Viper is what a Camaro is trying to be. You know, you should get a Corvette. A Corvette is a good car. A Camaro is like drinking Pepsi. But you know, I'm just being funny. I'm clearly not funny either. You know, it's the first time I've ever felt not funny in my life. Was right now. And so, you know, insulting a Camaro, as if it needs to be insulted. You know, it insults itself by its very existence. I'm thinking, this car fucking sucks. What's wrong with you? You know, you should have a 4-door car. And it should be fast. You should be able to put your groceries in the back. Why would you want to have a little 2-seater? You know? No offense to Dance Girl's dad. I'm just, you know, it bothers me. And that's a nicer looking car. You know, I'll give it to him. That's a much nicer looking car. But a Camaro, no, I don't think so. And then I see him at the bar. He gang stalks me to the bar, and he's with some girl, looking like a dump, looking like a garbage dump. And I go over to him. I'm like, "Oh, Adam, hi. You know, how's it going?" And he's like, "Good." And I'm like, "So, like, what are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm actually kind of busy. I'm busy. I'm with a girl." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, "You were always a prick, and you still are. You know, you were always a prick in fucking college." I wonder what kind of facial hair he would have had. He was always cleanly shaved. I'll bet he couldn't have grown a fucking beard. Well, all of us neotenized baby faces can't do it. You know, I can grow a thick mustache and a thick goatee and a strangely, bizarrely gross, by some people's estimation, I'd imagine, thick neck hair. But, which is like, what's wrong with me? Is my Adam's apple not visible? I can't see my Adam's apple. Do I even have one? Is it just way lower? And then my neck hair is what should be on my chin? I don't know. Well, I've wondered if Louise is actually, you know, she really Hitler saluted me. And if they have rift between Dance Girl family and TSD family. And Dance Girl has been with the Banana Brothers. And so I'd say if TSD side is actually into Hitler, I'd say Dance Girl's family wouldn't be. They'd be like, no, we actually are not into that. I wonder. I'm like, did Louise actually Hitler salute me? Looked like it. And is she just mocking that I have like this tiny beard? Or is she really saying something? She's probably mocking. Really off-putting. Can you imagine how fucked up that is? Like how much you're playing God? Like stalking someone and giving them a Hitler salute? Like, can you imagine like how deeply unsettling that would be as the guy, as being me? You're like, what? You're like, so you're Nazis. Like, it's like double stolen valor. It's like, I'm the one doing all this and we're Nazis. I'm like, yeah, that's a hot fantasy. You know, and then obviously she's watching my porn history, which all I watch is Nazi porn. It's the only thing I like. And anytime else I'm watching femdom, I'm just imagining that I'm in a fucking camp. And, you know, fucking, I can't remember what I was going to say. Well, you know, maybe that's why she was doing it. But I said it to my friend Nathan. I said, you know, I just love watching Nazi porn. And he said, oh God, you know, he's like, don't. He's like, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. You know, he might as well have said, I don't want to hear about that. I was like, okay. I'm imagining I'm the Jew. That makes it okay. But now I'm like, yeah, I don't know. You know, I think I'd rather just get punched in the balls and just call it a day. Something like that. I don't know. I don't want to have my balls ruptured or something. I was thinking that, like, will you just tie me up and gag me and have the ABG girls punch me in the balls? And you know, I'm thinking, and then I'll have to go to the hospital. You know, I think I'm, I don't know. I haven't masturbated in 2 months, except for on July 2nd, which, you know, I masturbated for the first time to what was happening. I didn't have to imagine anything. You know, with we Dance Girl and I, we basically broke up, and then I went to Cute Giovanna, but I didn't think it was the fourth, really. I thought it just looks like her. I didn't, you know, I thought it might be her, but I don't think so. But then later on I thought, no, it actually is her. But I was still imagining at that time that it was her. And then the next day I got Dance Girl's pants. And that was the first time that I had sex with a girl. For real. I lost my virginity to Dance Girl. I really did. I'm not joking. Because I was like unzipping her pants. I was so horny. I was like, this is crazy horny. Like, I'm actually crazy horny right now. And I don't have to pretend anything. I don't have to pretend that she's raping me or that I'm being burned in a Nazi camp. I can just literally jack off to this. To the fucking scent and to the sight. No, I really ought to eat more fruit. It's not about what you think it is. You think it's about being hot, but it's actually about vitality. It's actually about horniness. And getting super duper, ooper, alley ooper horny. And then channeling that towards whatever you want. It's multi-purposed. It's fire. You can do anything with it. You could use it creatively or destructively. Well, I suppose the same thing happened when I got the first sweater. But that came with feelings of confusion. But maybe that was when I lost it. But then you could say, well, what about Gin Venom's ex-pig? Well, something had psychologically happened. You're not really yourself. You know, you could say, yeah, I lost my virginity when I was 19. What? Fucking... I didn't realize who I am until I'm 28. And then I blamed it or gave the credit to Chelsea. And then I took the credit myself once I was in my 30s. And then, so that was the first time I was myself. And then that's when I met Dance Girl. So that was the first time I was really me. But at that time, too, I was losing myself. I still had myself when I got the sweater. That was shortly after I died. It was terrible. I became sexually repressed. I hated myself. I hated my sex energy. I used to always feel so good in my dick. I felt amazing. Just as a default holding pattern. Just the way I held my energy. It was fucking wet. I talked to pigs at the grocery store, and I felt like they knew. I'm like, you can tell how I feel. And it wasn't in your face. It wasn't like edging or something. It was different. But then again, part of me thought, no, I want it to be edging. I actually want it to be as overtly sexual as possible. I want to be able to come in my pants. That was my goal actually. I want to be able to ejaculate while I'm just talking to you. Like the women I read on Reddit, they say all I have to do is just squeeze my legs together and I can come right in mid-conversation and no one even knows. That's what I wanted. I lost it. Somehow I got really scared. It weighs on you. Everyone hates you. Everyone fucking, no one likes you. No one trusts you. And then Dance Girl hated me too. And that devastated me. And I felt scared too. And this was the first time I was excited, of course, and the fear was repressed. The way the fear manifested was of Louise. I thought, Louise can read my mind. She knows everything I'm thinking. And it scared me for some reason. That my thoughts are wrong. This is Dance Girl's sweater and it's wrong that I want to jack off to it. And Louise knows. So I had some kind of guilt. And I thought, go to hell. Do the wrong thing. Because the wrong thing is the right thing. Trust yourself. Your mind is saying don't. But what does your mind know? Don't trust it. Do the wrong thing. But the fear was hidden. I thought the fear was of being immoral. But really the fear was, I was thinking, how is she reading my mind? You know, which really meant, how do they know where I live? Oh yeah, they threatened to kill me. They threatened to kill me. You know, all that stuff was just like, well, that just must have been coincidence. You know, so I was scared. I was scared of being caught. So I went into the bathroom. I thought they're watching me with cameras in here. Well, let's go into the bathroom. They wouldn't dare put cameras in the bathroom. But I had already thought there was cameras everywhere in the house with Wi-Fi. You can have a 3D animation. You can have a 3D model. So there was a lot of things that didn't add up. I had a lot of contradictory thoughts too. So when I got the pants this time, there was no fear, there was no guilt, there was no shame, there was no coercion. And so I thought, do it. Great. Do what? Masturbate lovingly. Don't think about getting raped. You don't have to do any of that now. You can just literally say, this is so hot. I'm undoing Dance Girl's pants. This is the hottest thing. It was so hot. I was like, this is the hottest thing I've ever experienced. It felt so illicit. It felt so wrong. Like the ultimate taboo. But I'm like, there's nothing taboo about it. It just feels like a fantasy. Like you have the forbidden fruit. And I fucking shook like a robot having water poured on it. I was like, I was like convulsing, like in my belly. I'm getting a boner just thinking about it. You know, a bit, like not much. Something's happening down there. It was great. Yeah, I jacked off about 5 times to it. And then I jacked off another 5 times. And I was like, this is too much. You've done too much now. But I suppose that's how you're supposed to do it. You get a better deal that way. You know, once you've already spent all your cum, you've already, fucked your brain up. Like, if you have to jack off 100 times, if you could do it all in 2 days, and then not jack off for the next however long, like, would you rather jack off 20 times in 40 days, or 20 times in 1 day? How would you feel better? You'd feel better to do it in 20 times in 1 day, because each subsequent jack in a very short amount of time has less effect on you. But if you save up your load for, a few days and then blow it, and then save it up and blow it, you're going to be wasting more. Each load will be bigger. And then I was like, I think it's Louise's sweater. I'm like almost sure it was. I was really mad if it was TSB's. And finally I'm like, I think it was actually Louise's. I have more evidence to believe it's Louise's. That was fine. But then I'm like, oh, Dance Girl smokes. Maybe it was hers. But I thought it was hers again. Well, that was really weird. Jessica's like, how dare you? I want you to die now. I'm like, you watched me jack off to it with hidden cameras in my room. You stalked me to my house, gave me your clothes, and watched me on hidden camera. Like, and I'm the guilty one? Are you crazy? It made no sense to me that she could believe that. I'm like, you did all that, and you're mad at me? It must not be your sweater. It must be someone else's sweater, because there's no possible way that you could actually believe that. Then I got to know Dance Girl. I'm like, yep, she probably believed that. I wake up and Dance Girl's just riding me. And then she's like, you don't like it, do you? And she starts punching me in the face. She's like, you're not allowed to like it. I'm just a little girl. So that threw me for a loop. Then I thought, yeah, it must have not been Dance Girl's sweater. She just hates me. But I was like, she wouldn't have known I jacked off to it unless she was spying on me. So what do you say about that? And then I was like, well, I guess I'm just as bad as her family. That she's just an innocent angel and her family put her up to this, and I'm just as complicit. And then afterwards I was like, yeah, but why am I the one getting fucking stalked? Why am I the one getting threatened? And then I found out that the gang stalkers have handlers, and I had all this hate for TSF, and I thought if they were being stalked, trafficked, then what's the difference between them and me? I'm putting myself far above them. And that hurts. I want to hate them. To call them not guilty means that I'm no better than them. And I think I'm tremendously better than them. You know, I would love to fucking drown. I would love to, if I could make them drown, I would like to drown too. I'd like to be in a big room where we're all about to drown. And I go, drowning is my worst fear, but if I know that you guys are drowning with me, I'm willing. I'm happy to do it. I was like, that's how much I hate them. And to think about, you know, feeling like I'm targeted by, not as far as being a TI, but just targeted by fucking the society. And to think, you know, it's these people's fault, but I'm no better than them and I can't even hate them. That really rubbed me the wrong way. It was very difficult for me to get over that. And I thought, you know what? What if I'm innocent? What if I told all this to Osho and he says, you're innocent and they're innocent? I said, I don't accept. No, I don't accept. I was so angry. I was like, there's no way we're on an even keel. So I fucking wrestled with myself for a long time. You know, I thought, oh, but it all started with a blog, and oh my God. And, you know, it's all my fault, and I couldn't get over it. You know, I argued millions and millions of times. I'm a good person and leave me alone. And I don't care what you do to me. Leave me alone in my own head. And I kept going over it with a fine-tooth comb. Every possible scenario, obsessively. Feeling like they could read my minds. Feeling like they could read my mind, I mean. And every time it wouldn't work, I'd get the guilty verdict. Sorry, Z-Bubs. You go to hell forever. Like that scene in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with his lawyer. And it's all black and there's a spotlight on him and the judge is saying, and you, and all my family's there watching. And they're going, give him the death sentence. Give him life in prison. We don't like him. And I'm hearing Julian Casablancas. He's singing, search his room, he's not my son. You don't hear what they say. You don't hear what they say. Search his room, he's not my son. He doesn't belong to me, I don't know him. No, I abandoned him. And the judge is saying, that's right. It's like that fucking... It's like that dream in The Sopranos. You know, I did that to my dad once. I just kept grilling him like he was a piece of shit. And he said, he just came up with some reason why I was so angry at him. Oh, you think it's this? And I think, you know, he threatened to punch me out after. I think I had humiliated him because he caught on that I had manipulated him. I kept acting like, you're a fucking piece of shit. And I waited for him to justify himself. To say, oh, it must be this that you think of. Which is very humiliating to do. To try to appease someone who's bullying you. It's like being scared of someone. You know, I appeased Dance Girl's parents. That was very humiliating for me. I was scared of them. You know, with TSD, I just looked away. Yeah, I look pregnant. What was I talking about again? Something about reading minds. Appeasing people. I don't know. I think on some level though, Dance Girl is like, yeah, fuck you, you should die. And I was like, yeah, I guess I deserve it. I feel all my family saying he's not my son, search his room. The judge is saying, yeah, and you're dead meat. You're dead meat. And then it's like that dream that Tony Soprano has. Everyone's following him around. And they're saying there's something not right about him. And he's going, what? What did I do? I didn't have the makings of a varsity athlete? Or something else? Something ambiguous? Something unspoken? Something that's really, really fucked up that I can't even say. I can't even think. It's so fucked up, I can't even think it. That even I can't think it. I gotta keep it a secret. It's so bad. If people knew how bad I really am, they wouldn't like me. If they knew how bad I really think. Those thoughts that I really have, you know, those ones I really wouldn't tell anyone. And I can't even remember what they are. But they're there. I can't even look at them. I can't even know. I don't even want to look. I can't even look. But the people must know. The crowd around me, they're all whispering and they're pointing at me and they're backing up. They all know. I think I made my dad feel like that. You know, I think I manipulated him because he carried guilt about his accident. I think on some level I knew if I just treated him like a piece of shit, he'd feel guilty and he'd try to appease me. And I felt like that with, you know, and then he's like, yeah, I'll punch you out now. Now I see what you're doing. He's like, he has like the intelligence of AI. I'm not saying he's, you know, he's smarter than AI, but like he has that like instant recognition, like on a deep, if you get him on a really deep level, like a meta level, where it would take someone else like 10 years to figure it out, he figures it out in like 10 seconds. He's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna punch you in the face now. And, which is why I love him. You know, I'm like, and I know your boundaries. And now I know your boundaries. And, you know, and it turns out, you know, I'm not going to feel comfortable visiting you anymore. although I would now. You know, there are many people who have threatened to kill me or punch me out who, well, there's not many, but there's like a handful of them who I trust completely. It's kind of like where Neo fights that Sarha guy, Seraph, in The Matrix. And so I felt really devastated on some level. I thought, yeah, I think Louise, I can't remember the sweater Louise wore on the bench. I feel like she actually wore Dance Girl's sweater. She had a smoke. So it was more logical to think it was Louise's sweater. But it was also based on the energy I gave. You know, by cosmic law, the note I left, it would have said it was Dance Girl's sweater. Because I didn't have any sexual intent. And then, so therefore, Dance Girl giving the sweater back would have been within her belief system. At which point I said, you're stalking me, so now the rules changed. So now I'm going to jack off to it, believing it's yours. And then she got really angry at me. And I said, okay, it must not be your sweater because you wouldn't stalk someone and give them your clothes and watch them on a hidden camera and read their foreskin restoration dick picture blog, password protected, if you weren't attracted to me, if that wasn't your, not necessarily intent, but if that wasn't something that you would like. And so, so when she said, I want to kill you now, she's like, you jacked off to my sweater, I want to kill you. I'm like, but you only know I jacked off to it because you're watching me on hidden camera in my room. Or more specifically, what I can prove is that you went onto my foreskin restoration blog, which I never invited you to do that. And so when she got really angry, I thought that must have been someone else's sweater. She must be angry that I thought it was hers. But at the same time, she never said I watched that. She just responded to the YouTube video. She said, we don't have your bike, and if we ever see you again, we're going to kill you, or something like that. But I said, you wouldn't have been that angry. Unless you actually read the blog, you wouldn't have been that angry. So I knew she read the blog just by how angry she was. I'm like, you fucking lied to me. And then I thought she must be angry because it was someone else's sweater and I thought it was hers. She must have thought that I thought it was Blonde Girls or something. Or that, you know, I don't really know. She must have thought, no, that didn't make sense. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But what I am trying to say is that I understood that she was repressed. You know, she might as well have fucking, you know, fucking, never mind. She might as well have tied me to a wall and jacked me off and then cut my dick off because I got a boner. That's how I felt. I'm like, that's ridiculous. You know, that's ridiculous. Even if it was TSB's sweater, even if it was, I thought it must have been Blonde Girl's sweater. And that's why she's angry. She must think that I believed it was Blonde Girl's sweater and that it really was Blonde Girl's sweater. And that it was all a big hoax on my part. And that I was just pretending it was hers. Just pretending it was Dance Girl's. And that's why she's so mad. It made no sense to me that she'd be like, here's my sweater, and you better not fucking jack off to it. It made no sense to me. But, you know, Din Venom's ex-pig's other meat had a boyfriend. They went to religious university, which was really expensive. And he would have sex with her, and then he would shame her, and he would guilt her, and he'd say, you're so sick, you're disgusting. And she would be in the car with us crying or fucked up. And she'd be like, he loves to have sex. And then he says that I'm going to hell, and that like I tempted him. He says I'm like working for the devil, like fucking tempting him. And he gets mad at me for it. Every time we have sex, he gets mad at me. He says I'm like fucking a sinner, I'm disgusting. You know, and I had her in bed one time. I thought, oh my God. You know, Travis felt her nipples. Travis got her in bed too. I was like, oh man, Din Venom's ex-pig would have been really mad about that. Really fucking mad. But you know, she's hanging out in my room, in our room. She's like laying in bed next to me. I'm like, oh my God. She has a crazy body too. Travis was like, she has those inverted nipples, flush. And you know, Din Venom's ex-pig had those sometimes. And only once in a while, but you know, it was endearing. And so fucking, in a strange way, it broke my heart. I really trusted Dance Girl. I said, I guess I'm just rotten. I guess you're just a victim here. And who victimized you? Your family and me. And we're all guilty. And I suffered with that for a long time. And then finally I said, you know what, you're not guilty. And then by the way, by the same token, I said, well then they're not guilty either. And I was like, I couldn't handle that. Because I had suffered so much, especially at their hands. They had tortured me to death. Tortured me to lose my very self-respect. And I'm supposed to give them the not guilty verdict and say, yeah, it's cool. I couldn't do it. I was just too full of hatred. And it's strange. You know, my dad says to forgive all is to understand all. And it's difficult to forgive a lot of them. But certainly Dance Girl I can. Because I understand. I don't understand what she was thinking back then. Other than she was repressed. Or entitled, or feeling, oh God, here comes His Highness. I gotta get the hose. He's gonna be over here meowing in a minute. Not sure what she was thinking. Last month, I also didn't understand. But she was thinking this guy's trying to use me or trying to abuse me. That's what she was thinking. This guy's trying to abuse me. And I'll bet that's what she was thinking at the beginning. She never saw herself as stalking me. She said, I'm just making sure that he's playing fair. And look, he's writing on his secret blog. But I was so smart, I faked it out. I got a fake password, and I went in to see what he was writing. He thought he could hide that from me. So I'll act like I didn't see that, and I'll just yell at him for what he said on YouTube. On YouTube, I didn't say, oh, dance girl, I jacked off to your sweater. I just said, thanks for the sweater. And by the way, did you steal my bike? And she's like, I fucking hate you. I didn't steal your bike. Fuck you. You should fucking kill yourself. If you ever show your face around here, you're gonna die. And in her mind, she's thinking, you know, I'm fucking stealing her sex and not giving her any credit. Who knows? You know, what had happened before that too, I gave her a space sting. She could have been mad about that. She probably thought, you know, you tricked me into giving you my clothes. I don't know what she was thinking, really. But, of course, I thought, you know, you're clearly in love with me. And, you know, when I got the sweater, I was in love with you. And then when you told me to die, I just did. And then I lost my soul for a bunch of years. And then I was like, yeah, you guys are innocent. I was like, I'm innocent. And you're handled, so are you. But then someone kept saying, no, you're guilty, we're going to kill you. And I'm like, I don't think you can win that debate. I don't know what you're talking about. But by that time, I didn't care. By that time, I didn't care. And I'm like, okay, you hate me now. Fucking, you want me to die. Oh, like, big deal. You know, shut up. I already talked to ChatGPT about this. Once I got the innocent verdict, you could have the innocent verdict too. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, I'm not like, you have to suffer. Once I stopped hating myself, I stopped hating you. As simple as that. But then someone is like, no, we still hate you. I'm like, that means you blame yourself. Just in case you don't know that. But I don't think you're gonna realize that. I wish you would. I wish you'd get some therapy. I wish you'd get some fucking help. It's quite painful to realize uncomfortable things. But I'm not contributing to your pain. I don't blame you. Okay, even if you were acting on your own free will, you're still handled. Even if your handler didn't say, okay, just go out and kill a random guy. You're still being hassled, you're still being handled, and you're still under threat and duress. So, doesn't matter to me. You know, you're in an unnatural situation. And I'm pretty hot. At least I was. I was pretty hot. I had so many arguments with myself. Oh, I started all of this with a blong. Oh my God, just when I think I'm not guilty, turns out I am. For the millionth time. I'm in court in my mind. I'm my own defense lawyer. For the millionth time, I just got the not guilty verdict. Turns out I never thought of that one smoking ace in the fucking plaintiff. Who's the one who does in the prosecutor? Is that the plaintiff, defendant? And the fucking prosecutor has a smoking ace. I'd be like, oh God. Well, part of me says, really? Part of me says, forgiveness only matters when it reaches people who don't deserve it. And that's really what you're doing. That, yeah, they're not guilty, but you're even more not guilty. That there was a difference. And it's not like, well, we're all the same. And forgiveness is when you're really not angry. When you've moved on. When you're over it. It has nothing to do with like saying I forgive you or something like that. It's just you don't care about it anymore. And you could see them. You know, I could see Louise and I could be normal around her. You know, I could enjoy the aspects of her that I like. And with Dance Girl, I'm like, you know, let me take your pain. If you have any guilt, let me take it. Like, with Dance Girl, I'm like, you walk on water. Like, you can do no wrong. It's a little more difficult with her family. And so, yeah, I mean, technically I lost my virginity that first time. But it was, it still had an aspect of shame or guilt, or at least fear of getting caught. And then shame of being shamed by Dance Girl. And then guilt and shame that she put on me. I was like, but ultimately I didn't have any fear. I was like, of course I'm going to broadcast all of this publicly. Like Chris Martin says, I have nothing to hide. And I didn't really care what people thought. But Dance Girl, when I found out she hated me for it, that just destroyed me. I thought, are you mental? I thought, no, you're not. You're just, like, you just want me to die for some reason. I don't even understand why. I'm like, you're attracted to me, and yet you hate me and want me to die. What's up with that? I didn't understand. I'm like, why do you want to kill the person you love? Like, that's fucking, like, that's, I don't even understand. But she must have thought that she had privilege, that she had double standard. So I was really angry at her. I was really angry at all of them. I was like, yeah, okay, we're all innocent. And why are you treating me bad? You're handled, I'm handled too. You're handling me, someone else is handling you. So why am I guilty? Why are you putting it all on me? That was hard to get over. Sicking the society on me, sicking the police on me, sicking my family on me, sicking dogs on me, hunting me with dogs. I was like, I wish I could drown just to drown you. Like, I wish I could suffer so much just to make you suffer that much. Like, any amount of pain, I'd be in heaven. Like, the more pain, like, I want you to feel as much pain as possible. And then I would feel any amount of pain to make you feel that too. It was like really sick. You know how fucked up that is to be in a place like that? Like in that movie Lucky Number Slevin. He's like, I killed your son. They're both drowning. They're both suffocating. He's like, look at me. Look at the joy in my face. I'm not lying. I killed your son. He's like, no, no. He's like, yeah, I did. I did. Like, do you know how pathetic that is? Like, you're just sitting in a chair getting suffocated, laughing that you killed someone's family just to make them suffer. Like, it's not a place you want to be. It's not a place you want to be. Yeah, but I could slime Louise. You know, you have to love someone to slime them. You know, I could say I know you. I trust you. And my favorite people, obviously, are Louise and Dance Girl. And Red Hair, of course, but Red Hair was never an enemy, so it was never a big deal to forgive him. Like, I never had to forgive him for anything. And, you know, same with Blonde Girl, really. She's never upset me. But it bothered me to hate Dance Girl and Louise. To some extent, TSB as well. You know, I had loved them, the three of them. TSB and Louise and Dance Girl. So it was very devastating to be heartbroken by them. Eventually I loved Blonde Girl too. But by the time that she told me to kill myself, I was like, yeah, I've been there, done that. You know, it only hurts the first time. By now, it's nothing that I don't expect. So I was ambivalent. You know, I was just like, yeah, you know what? You're 10 pounds overweight, honey. You gotta lose weight. You know, it was really my first thought when I saw her. The first time I realized she hated me. You know, she's like, oh my God, you're fucking horrible. You're gonna. I'm like, yeah, you're fucking. Don't we all need to lose weight? Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to frame me. You want me to die. Yeah. So does everyone else I know. And so, you know, you might say it wasn't a real Jack. When I fucking, that first sweater. But the second one, yeah, I'd say that was fucking awesome. That was so good. It was long distance sex. Really fucking good. Didn't count as masturbating. Until I did it too many times, and then it did. You know, the quantity changes the quality. But it was amazing. It was just the very best. I loved it. Well, I'm going to gear down towards bed. Alexa, second light black.
Okay.
But I ultimately forgive everyone. Except for in the moment when I'm angry. I get angry at each event. I went for a bike ride today. I didn't get any. I went by the water park. There are tons of kids there. I normally would get a fire truck going by my house today because of that. But there was none that I noticed. So tomorrow there will probably be early morning wake-up phone calls. Some kind of punishment. In the moment, that makes me angry. I can have some pretty angry thoughts. But then, afterwards, I don't really carry it. Which is good. I used to carry a lot of hatred. I'm not sure most people have felt like that. I'm not sure you've ever wished death on anyone. But it's not really a good feeling to have. And it's a curse, actually, if you wish it. If you wish death on someone, it actually curses you. And so I feel very blessed that I don't. You know, I might have wishing death on people in the moment of getting a phone call. I hope they die. But then, 20 minutes later, I go, oh no, that's not proportionate. And even if, it's hard to say. Richard Bandler says, kill anyone who interferes with your life. There's something really primal about that. Ultimately what you would do is just kick their ass. But when you're getting people having a sniper on you and you don't even know where they are or who they are, there's nothing you can really do. And the escalation ladder is like they fight with transport trucks and poison gas. I mean, how do you settle that with a fist fight? They have no escalation ladder. They just jump right to death or right into extreme injury. So there's not like any reasonable way of dealing with it. And so ultimately, the only way I get beyond it is to just have a life, have a better life. I think that's not for me to worry about. How can I fight? There's no fight at all. I heard of this high school kid who fought a guy who was like 10 times his size. He was like the world champion wrestler or something at his high school. And they bring in this out-of-town guy who's like 10 times bigger. And he's like, I'm not fighting that guy. I'm not wrestling that guy. That's humiliating. He just lays on the mat and he's like, I just take the submission. I'm not fighting this guy. This is ridiculous. He's 200 pounds heavier than me. You've brought in an unfair fight. Why would I fight in an unfair fight? And what is getting angry at someone, even in your own mind, other than a fight? What is preparing for a fight, other than a fight? You're already fighting by the time you've prepared for a fight. You're already fighting. The fear has already entered you. That's not my job to do that. That's a curse. That's bad karma. Oh, so I don't have anger towards people. I think that's what forgiveness is. And then it goes further too, to actually loving them, understanding their perspective. Well, for example, you might think, well, what about Stella? Stella and Jamie. For years they tortured us. Honk, 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 honk. I have to think they were doing that for personal pleasure. It wasn't just a handler telling them every time. How do you forgive that? Years of torture. How do you forgive something like that? Well, you just think back to high school and grade school. And when you like someone, the way you show it is by putting gum in their hair. You just think Stella must have a huge crush on me. You know, it took me a while to realize I liked her. And even longer to realize I loved her. To realize I had a crush on her. I thought, oh yeah, whatever. You know, when I first saw her, I thought, yeah, whatever. You know, she works at the market. Yeah, whatever. But I was brainwashed by Disney movies. I'm like, she belongs to Jamie. And then afterwards I was like, she's fucking really hot. She's hotter than Fivehead. And then I realized that she's not a whore. You know, like 99%, I basically think of women as whores. And I'm like, she's not a whore. You know, she must just not know that she likes me. Well, it'd be hard to tell. I have these little tiny wrists and a pinhead. You know, she's probably like, that guy? I don't like that guy. You know, my man is fucking thick. I like the thick guys. That's what she's saying. I like guys who are thick. You're not thick. You're a little boy. I'm like, okay. Well, I guess I can't talk. I'm sorry. My fucking voice is fucked. Maybe if my congestion starts behaving better. Oh, but that's ultimately how you forgive them. To understand all is to forgive all. And now, I feel like they treat me much better. You know, it took a while. I had to confess my love to Stella for her to realize. It took me a minute to realize too. Finally, seeing Stella became a rare treat. It became where I could think back to every single time I had ever seen her in my life. I could remember every single moment I ever had with her, and that I cherished every single second I ever had with her. You know, the same thing with Dance Girl, of course. But, ooh, daddy. Oh, man. Well, yeah, I can remember all the times with Dance Girl, too. I wonder if Dance Girl and I are going to have unrestricted access to each other. How it's going to work. Like, you know, can I get your number? now, now that we're married, can I get your number? Or what, you know, if we're going to talk, like, I don't know what we're going to, I'm not planning to not do that. I'm not planning anything. I'm just going to let the date happen and see what happens. But I've thought, you know, it's very magical between Dance Girl and I. And you wonder, why is it? Is it because you have restricted access to each other? You know, the quickest way to fall out of love is to have unrestricted access. So what are you going to do? Well, I always had a good time with Elizabeth. You know, Elizabeth and I were very in love. And it was very much fucking unbelievable. Every time we would talk, it was like magical. I always thought, how does it keep happening like this? It's never boring. It just keeps getting better and better. You know, I've given Elizabeth a real space sting. She's been a very, very bad person. A very bad pig. And, you know, sometimes I wonder if she knows how, you know, she's my favorite person at the CAMH. You know? She at least gave me a naked video of herself. You know, I fucking spaced at her for that. Gave her heavy spacing for that. Public humiliation. Told everyone about it. I was like, how would I feel? Like, how would she feel if I put hidden cameras in her house? And then told her about it. I said, but you don't have hidden cameras in mine. You can't have hidden cameras in mine. You know, that's so entitled. Well, you know, she said ultimately we can fuck. So I felt bad about spacing her for it. I never got mad at the fourth for that. Until, you know, of course I did on until fucking I was mad at the fourth at the beginning. I was like, you just showing off, posing for me, then watching me jack off is not fair. But I liked that. I was like, the fourth doesn't masturbate. And that's like more femdom-y. But I was like, that's not fair that she watches me masturbate, but I don't watch her masturbate. Like on the Reddit videos, she never masturbates. And that's vulnerable too, to show someone yourself having an orgasm. There's lots of people who can't do that. But, the difference, why did I give Elizabeth a space sting but not the fourth? Because the fourth and Elizabeth did basically the same thing. Well, with Elizabeth, she's married. And her husband doesn't agree with having threesomes. With Elizabeth, she would be cheating on her husband. And if she got caught, her husband would follow her everywhere, as she stated. So that puts anyone who she's with in danger. Her husband called the cops on Richard, one of the hottest guys I've ever seen. And when she said to me, do you ever think about me as a sex partner? Once every 3 weeks, sex partner, a gumar as I called it. She said it via text. I said, no, of course not. You're married. And then later on in person, I said, I lie, just so you know, for my own comfort. Which meant, of course, I think about you as a sex partner. But you're married. Now, men are con artists, and I know your husband is away on tour all the time. And I know that because of the Coolidge effect, he's not the same person he was when you married him. Before you married him, he was one way. After you married him, you found out he's just a beast. And he's not available. And he's sarcastic and he's rude. He doesn't trust you. But maybe he doesn't trust you because you cheat. Or maybe you cheat because he doesn't trust you. And you know that his not trusting you ultimately means he doesn't love you. And you feel conned. But the point remains that the fact that you said that to me on text, where you left a paper trail, scared me. So for fear of my own safety, I said, no, I don't think of you like that. And then I told you in code that, yeah, of course I think of you like that. So I gave her a heavy space sting. But don't cheat on your husband. Cheat with him. But don't cheat on him. However your intent, it doesn't matter. To me, the result is the same. I'm getting cucked by you now. I have to hear about you and your husband and you and whatever guy. And I can't do that too because I'm afraid of getting killed by your husband. And I've seen many pigs who do that kind of thing. They say, oh, you know what? Let's just go over to my boyfriend's house. We're having a fight. I want you to meet him. I'm like, are you crazy, you stupid pig? Are you fucking nuts? Yeah, I get it. You want to hurt his feelings. Just make what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't want to be in your fight. I don't want to be involved in this. I'm not jealous. I know you're trying to hurt him using me because you love him and you want leverage on him. I'm happy for you. I'm not trying to possess you. I get it, but I don't want to be in your fucking fight. So ultimately, the fourth has never jeopardized my safety. So, and I thought she was sexually abusing me until she showed up on Reddit. And then, until she showed up at the threesome bench. And then I was like, okay, the fourth is not needing a spacing. Almost, I thought. It depends on what she means. If she's like trying to replace Dance Girl, I'm like, okay, she might need a spacing. Definitely, she needs a bit of a spacing for that. But, not a heavy one. Just the shadow of the whip is enough for her. She's soft. And as for Joanne, well, she needed the whip. But anyways, so I'm happy that falling asleep over here. I'm happy that that I had sex for the first time with Dance Girl. I think it's romantic. I lost my cherry. Yeah, perfect. Now, would I trust Dance Girl enough to come inside her without a condom and her pussy? Yeah. I trust her. I'm not sure I trust her judgment. She's like, yeah, I believe I took the pill every day at the right time. I know a guy who got a vasectomy. And then his girlfriend came in. It was that girl who asked Mark if he needed diapers. She's like, I'm pregnant with his twins or something. She's like, where is he? I'm like, I don't know. She's like, I'm pregnant with his babies. I was like, he got a vasectomy. I remember seeing him with a pack of ice on his balls. And I've actually thought maybe I should get one too. My fucking uncle has one. I don't think I'd do it. That'd be fucking terrifying. And, I'm not sure how Dance Girl would feel about that. I've never promised a baby. I've said it, it would be cool to adopt this vegan. Name our baby Pink. Or just get a boy and name him like Sub-Zero or Raiden or something. But if she's like, oh yeah, I thought I took the pill every day, but it turns out I forgot. Or, sometimes the vasectomy fails too. Apparently. I thought knowing Debbie, I'll bet she got it from someone else. I wouldn't care. I really thought that I saw them together at Walmart. I felt bad. I kind of stared hatred at him. I thought, I don't hate you. He's a sensitive person. And I thought, I bet he's raising someone else's babies. I bet he never got a blood test on them. And, you know, I would certainly get a blood test. But, ultimately, I probably wouldn't. I'd say, I'll bet he believes, who knows what he believes. But, he seems nice enough that he would say, secretly, I know that it might not be mine, but it doesn't even matter. But I'll believe that it's mine, because you tell me that, and I'll believe whatever you tell me. But deep down, it doesn't matter anyway. So the statistical odds, what's more likely? The vasectomy failed, or you cheated, and whoever you cheated with can't provide for you like I can, or or fucking something else, or they don't love you like I love you. No, I shouldn't say that. I've always been poor, and I've had pigs who are like, "Yeah, I'll have your baby. I'll take care of you and the baby." But yeah, I wouldn't care. But you don't want to be lied to either. Like, that's lame. But pigs believe their own lies. I'm so tired. I need some strawberry cheesecake ice cream. You know what I strangely want to see is I want to see Dance Girl eat. It'd be very weird for me to eat with her. How do you chew? How do you exist? I mean, these are things that you would take for granted. When it's your pig, you want to know all these things. I couldn't imagine having a night with Dance Girl. Just talking with her. And then, you know how you're different with every person? Some people bring out the best in you. Some people bring out the worst in you. Some people are masters of bringing out the worst in you. You think, how dare you? You've given me moral injury. You've corrupted my soul. Some people, you think, my God, I'm a celebrity when I'm with you. You treat me like I'm the first person you've ever met. Like you're an alien and you found another alien from the same planet. I feel important when I'm with you. I feel like I matter. Suddenly, I'm not just little old me anymore. So I'm like Brad Pitt all of a sudden. Now I can appreciate myself through your eyes. I never saw it. I never saw how great I am until you saw it. I couldn't even believe it until I felt it from you. I, of course, accused you of lying and placating me and trying to use me and having ulterior motive. That you just want to be with me for the rewards. There are other secondary rewards of impressing me with your love for me. That I'll be so flattered that I'll just give you all my money and all my goo. Or something like that. But then I really felt it, that you're helpless, that you're not acting. And I felt like I'm important for the first time. And I got to know myself. So fucking tired. Alexa, second light black. Alexa, second light off. Well, yeah, we're totally gearing down towards bed now. I really like this gear down phase. Things get more candid once you close your eyes. I think what love is I'd rather slime Louise than her friend Karen. I imagine that makes her happy to hear. Well, I gave Dance Girl really heavy spacing. There's no one I'm following. You know, how do you be a good boyfriend? There's no one telling me how to do it. Even Osho, I of course follow Osho. But I follow him so good, he said, don't follow me. So I said, okay. He said, be on your own. Grope in the dark. Figure out your own way. If you're with me, you'll be in my Buddha field. You'll get to borrow my light. But it won't be your own. By the time you leave, you'll have lost it. By the time you go through the gate, you'll already lose it. And you'll be groping in the dark. So I'm like, okay, just grope in the dark then. So would I come and douse Squirrel's pussy without a condom? I don't know. Doesn't scare me. I wouldn't want to ask, you know. Do you take a pill every single day? Do you ever forget? When's the last time you forgot? That's not very romantic. But wouldn't it be nice? You know, for love. Well, that's something that has to be spontaneous. No, I wouldn't ask that ahead of time. I wouldn't say, "Let's go for our first date. Can we have cream pie?" I wouldn't say that. And just seeing her is a big deal. Just being up close and personal, talking with her. I'd like to cuddle. Maybe on the second date. I don't know, I fuck on the first date. But not necessarily, it doesn't matter. Maybe we can just talk on our first date and cuddle on our second. And then, you know, like baseball. Each date is a progressively further base. And then how long between our dates? I don't know. Only our dates will decide that. But it changes everything when you're not busting nuts. I imagine massaging her butt. I'm thinking, oh, that'd be so great to jack off to. I'm like, yeah, but you're not jacking off to it. Just massage your butt. Isn't that torture? Isn't that exactly the kind of torture you like? Like you've always said, your goal is to be so turned on that you come literally uncontrollably in your pants. And you know it's possible. A girl from group, Jess, she said, "Would this get you hard?" And she started kissing Barbara right in front of everyone in the group. I never expected it. I realized at that point that just like a hypnotist could make someone have an orgasm, there are erotic hypnotists that she basically could have done that. Had she said something a little bit more risque, she could have actually done that, unbeknownst to me until that very moment that I had been reading on Tantra and trying to do that for years. I realized it was just like in a dream. Now, it wouldn't have been an emission or an ejaculation. It would have been like a dry orgasm in a dream that feels like a wet one. And Tyler Durden, Owen Cook, he can do that too. He talks about being so turned on, he's like coming in his pants before he even has sex. I've wondered if I dissociate during sex. My dad said once, don't become unconscious during sex. He wasn't saying it as a general truth. I was talking about having issues. And I was trying to define it, and he said, you're becoming unconscious. I said, yeah, that's exactly it. Some kind of dissociation where it feels more like I'm masturbating. Like I'm not really with the person. I go, oh yeah, here's this again. Even though it's the first time. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in my head, so I'm not really here anymore. But I wasn't in my head when I undid Dance Girl's pants. I've been out of my head for a while now. You know, the mind is a bad place to get stuck. It's a very bad prison to be in. It's like that place where Bane was. It's a scary place. You know what I don't want to drink again, but I kind of miss it? Is Kool-Aid. I'd like to taste Dance Girl's period blood. Oh my god, I need to sleep. I'm so tired. I'm just gonna fall asleep. I need more chips. Oh, wow.
Mm.